What's up, Notjust developers? Welcome back to a new live tutorial. Today, I prepared something very exciting for you. Today, we're going to build our own Jarvis from Iron Man movies using ElevenLabs. What is Jarvis? If you haven't watched Iron Man, that's a smart AI assistant that we can interact with our voice that can help us manage our life. We're going to give him a lot of access to our email, calendars, to different tools and MCPs so that it's as useful as it can be. And let me actually quickly show you what exactly we're going to do today, because ElevenLabs actually has built this already. And in this tutorial, I'm going to try to replicate what they already have done. So if you go to 11.ai, this is like 11.ai, this is their AI agent, the smart conversational agent. I already connected it to Google Calendar and to Hacker News, and I can start a call or a conversation with this agent, and look what's going to happen.
Vadim, need a hand with anything right now?
Yeah, what's the top stories for today on Hacker News? I will approve a tool.
All right, I'm fetching the top stories for you from Hacker News. Just a moment.
We're gonna wait for a second. It's going to do the call. Maybe we'll mute not to interrupt.
Got it. I'll go ahead and fetch those top stories for you now.
Let's see what.
All right, Vadim, I've got the top stories from Hacker News for you. It looks like some popular ones right now include attention lapses due to sleep deprivation due to flushing fluid from brain. OpenAI uses
Okay. 11, I got it. You have access to Hacker News. Can you please let me know what events do I have today in my calendar? Because I gave it access to my calendar.
Vadim. I can definitely help you with that. Let me check your calendar for today's events. Uh-oh, it seems like there was a little hiccup trying to fetch your calendar events. Let me try that again for you.
Maybe I gave it to the wrong calendar. We'll see. In the calendar, I don't know, maybe we'll have to refetch. We'll see. Give me a second. Should I reconnect? Let's try to reconnect. Let's give access to view events and edit events. Hey, what events do I have today in the calendar?
Let me check that for you. Just a moment.
Approve a tool.
Oh, prove it all, you say? Well, I'm not sure how I can prove a calendar event, but I can certainly give you more details about it if you'd like. You have one event today titled Home. It's an all-day event. Would you like to know anything else about it?
Maybe you can add a new event at 7 p.m. For sharing some information on Twitter.
All right, I can help you with that. To create an event for sharing some information on Twitter at 7 p.m., I just need to know how long you expect this event to last.
1 hour.
Got it. So a 1-hour event for sharing some information on Twitter starting at 7 p.m. today. I'll go ahead and create that for you.
Let's approve this. And I should have a new event in my calendar. Let me double check. Yes. If you see here, it's sharing some information on Twitter, a new event in my calendar. Perfect. And this is all using my voice. And that's exactly what we're going to build as a mobile application in React Native using ElevenLabs, interacting with our Gmail and calendar and a lot of other cool tools to make this AI agent super smart and very helpful that can help us manage our day-to-day life. This is going to be a very step-by-step tutorial that can help you build these kind of systems yourself. I know that there are a lot of you that have ideas of how you could build AI agents, especially conversational agents. For example, in my incubator, 2 out of 7 founders are building some projects around AI conversational agents. And I think that means that this is a very hot topic nowadays, and there is so much opportunities out there. So take this as a tutorial to get started with AI agents, AI conversational agents, and see how we will implement everything, starting from simple things like calling a tool or an MCP server, all the way to handling some of the more complex authentication cases like building tools for Gmail and calendar. I'm going to do this very step by step. I'm going to show you everything. I'm going to explain how everything connects, so it's as easy for you as it can get. For that reason, I also have the guide. But before that, I would like to say big thank you to ElevenLabs for sponsoring this video and making it possible. I wanted to do this kind of video for a very long time, and ElevenLabs was nice enough to sponsor us and to help us realize this amazing tutorial. So thank you very much, and in a moment you're going to see how amazing ElevenLabs is at audio AI. Now, in order to get started, go ahead in the description of this video, there is the Get the Step-by-Step Guide asset bundle. Here you're going to see it. Open it up, and in this form, if you leave your email, you're going to receive a link to the step-by-step guide. We're going to need this step-by-step guide to follow all the steps that I prepare for today, that will also have like prompts that we will need, that will have commands, code, and if there will be any updates, I will leave them here. So if you're ready, I think we can get started. Let's roll the intro. Hello everyone who is joining us live. How are you doing, guys, and where are you joining us from? Hello Francesco, thank you very much for the donation. Perfect. Let's go ahead and start our project with step 1. The step 1 is going to be to create the agent on ElevenLabs. There is a documentation that you can find here, a quick start to the agents. And what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to sign up. If you don't have yet an account, you can also follow this link here at the top or in the description of today's video. And we're going to make sure that we are not in the creative platform, but in the agents platform. That's where we are building agents. Now we're going to go to the agents and we're going to say, hey, let's create a new agent. Let's go ahead and select blank agent. We're going to give it a name. Let's call it Jarvis. Jarvis. And let's do create agent. I will go ahead and open these docs on the side so I make sure that I'm not skipping any steps. Okay. So in language English, you can also add multi-language as well, like in the additional languages support. I will leave it to English. The first message is going to be like how it introduces itself. So let's say, hey, I am Jarvis. How can I help you today? Or you can write any kind of message. You can also add variables for the agent to start calling you by name, for example, by adding your name as a variable. And you can say, hey, Vadim, I'm Jarvis. How can I help you today? The next important thing is the system prompt. The system prompt is used to set up the agent, tell him like how he should behave, how he should talk, what's the purpose of the agent, and also what tools maybe he has access to. I prepared in the guide, I prepared a system prompt that I'm going to go ahead and copy paste here. And this system prompt is saying that, hey, you basically are a personal assistant named Jarvis. this is the environment, this is the tone of voice I want you to do, this is your goals, like for email management, calendar management, and so on. And these are the tools that you are going to have access to. As we're going to add new tools, we're going to come back here and update the system prompt so that the agent knows like what he has access to. Perfect. Let's go ahead and scroll down. We can select the LLM that is going to be used behind the scenes. Should we go with the, I'll leave this one probably at the beginning. Let's scroll down. These are the tools that the agent can do. We're going to configure that a bit later. For now, let's just click save. If we scroll at the top, we can also go into the voice and you can choose what kind of voice do you want for your agent.
The sea's waves are cradles for
every journey.
When we seek to
Hello, my name is
Just as surfers wait for the perfect wave, we must
I
be
don't know,
patient
maybe this
as we
one.
learn new things.
Let's come on. Perfect. Save. You can also add multi-voice support, so user can choose what voice to use. Perfect. Now what you can do is press this button, Test AI Agent, and you can start already having a conversation with it. If I press this button and do allow this time.
Hey, I am Jarvis. How can I help you today?
Hey Jarvis, what's your purpose?
My purpose is to efficiently manage your life and work by proactively handling emails, calendar events.
Okay, thank you. So that is the agent right here. It's working. It knows what it's supposed to do, and we can easily test it in the browser. Let me know if you can hear what the agent is talking, because I believe you should be able to hear that, but just to make sure that that's actually happening. How can we learn the price of voice on ElevenLabs? You can go on the pricing page of ElevenLabs and they document everything. And they also have like a very nice free tier with which you can experiment with AI agents. Okay, so that is our first step. We created our agent. The second step is going to be to run this conversational agent in React Native. We want to take this agent and use it in our mobile application. For that, we're going to create a new project and we're going to add ElevenLabs docs there and integrate with our agent. Perfect. I'm gonna die. Let's go ahead and start by initializing a new Expo project. I'm going to open a new terminal. I'm going to navigate to my projects. And I'm going to create a new project using npx create Expo app at latest. Let's call it Jarvis. And let's do template blank TypeScript. I like to start from blank and then show you what libraries we need and why do we need them, to avoid like bloating the project with unnecessary things right from the beginning. The next step after creating the blank project would be to install, and this is actually coming from that documentation that you can open here, React Native SDK from ElevenLabs. I'm going to open this up. You're going to see the npm install command. I would encourage you to take it from the documentation because it might be updated or changed in the future. So I'm going to copy it from the docs. I'm going to come back to my project. And first, I will open the newly generated project in Visual Studio Code. I'm going to say code Jarvis. Here it is. Let me make sure that you can see it properly. And I will open a new terminal inside Visual Studio Code at the top or with a shortcut. Now let's go ahead and paste the npm install command to install ElevenLabs React Native SDK and the other peer dependencies like LiveKit that will handle the WebRTC communication between ElevenLabs and our React Native application. Okay, now that it is here, if you've got any problems installing it, I would encourage you to add the -- legacy peer deps. That's only if you had like problems with peer dependencies. Sometimes that happens, and knowing this trick like would save you some time of research. In my case, I didn't have a problem, so I can go ahead and start working. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do npm. Most probably I cannot start the server because the library that we installed, the LiveKit React Native, this library contains native code. So we cannot use Expo Go because Expo Go does not contain the native code for this library. What we can do is build our own custom development build. That's not complicated, that's easier than it sounds. And what I'm going to do is before I do that, before I do the pre-build, let me actually do a couple of things. And especially like this microphone permissions that I'm going to add in app.json. So let's copy this info plist part and go inside our app.json, and under iOS, let's add a comma here and add these options. I wanted to add this before doing the development build because this will impact how the development build will be generated. And because we are going to need access, like we need this field here. If I go back, let me check what the rest of the things we're going to be able to update later, so no big problem. The last step is to install Expo Dev Client. So let's do that with npx expo install expo dev client. The dev client basically, here is the peer dependencies that I'm talking about, and I'm going to do this -- space -- legacy peer deps, or I can do here a new file called .npmrc and do legacy peer deps equal true, and I will try again to do npm expo install. Yeah, this is something that is going to stop working in the future, but for now, like it's a shortcut. Okay, now that we installed that one, the last step is to do npx expo pre-build. What does pre-build do? The pre-build is going to generate the iOS and Android folder. Here is the iOS and here is the Android. These are the native side projects that are generated based on our Expo project. I highly encourage you to add them to the git ignore, maybe at the end, but they are already added, which I like, because by adding them to git ignore means that we are going to generate them only when we need them, or always when we need them, based on the Expo configuration. We shouldn't do manual changes to these projects. Now that we have done that, I'm going to do npx expo run iOS. This is going to actually build the native iOS project and run it on my simulator. You can do the same npx expo run Android. It's going to build the Android project and it's going to run it on the simulator. For this to work, for iOS build, you need to have Xcode setup. And for Android build, you need to have Android Studio setup. If you don't have those, there is also a possibility to use EAS build to create these development clients, custom development builds in the cloud. You can go to EAS docs, and here you're going to see how to create these builds. And that means that you can do that in the cloud and you don't need like Xcode and Android Studio. I have Xcode and Android Studio. I'm going to build it locally. That usually takes around maybe a couple of minutes, like it's not very fast, especially the first time that it's happening. So we're going to wait together. Here we have it. Meanwhile, let me show you the repository from ElevenLabs of the React Native example. If you open this link from the documentation, you're going to see that ElevenLabs has created a React Native Expo example for the conversational agent. Here is the example, and everything is inside this app.tsx file. Like all the use conversations from ElevenLabs React Native and everything. We're going to, in a second, steal this code from here or take inspiration. But for now, we see that our project has successfully been built and is running on our iOS simulator. Perfect. If that is the case, let's open app.tsx and we see that this is the page that is rendered here in the simulator. Let's go back in the repository that I was showing to you. And again, to access it from the guide that I shared with you, under the step 2, there is the React Native example. Open it in a new tab and go to app.tsx. Let's go ahead and copy the whole file and add it in our app.tsx. Let's do save. And if everything is okay, we should see the following UI. The following UI that shows that we are disconnected and two buttons, start conversation and conversation. Let's try to press start conversation. We see fail to start conversation because we don't have a conversation token. That's because we didn't set the environment variable. We need to create, like in the code, you're going to see that they are using process.env expo public agent ID. That means that we need to create an .env file and add here the expo public agent ID that we can find in our ElevenLabs dashboard under the name of our agent. Here it is. I'm going to copy it and paste it here. For the environment variable to take effect, we're going to have to stop the server and run npm start again. This will start the development server again, and we can press R in the terminal to reload the project. Let's give it one more try by doing start conversation. It's connecting. It's asking us to give microphone permission. Let's do allow. And now we can probably start talking with our agent. Hey, can you hear us? We can send a message. I don't think it can hear us. But the thing is that the simulator is going to be hard for us to interact with a microphone. And sometimes it's also going to be muted. Yeah, in my case, it was muted. So AI is speaking, but I cannot hear anything. So I think I have some configuration issues with my simulator because I do not hear it. So I will need to bring a cable to connect my physical device. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay, so I will connect my physical device. And And what I'm going to do is I'm going to open a new terminal and I'm going to say npx expo run iOS, and I'm going to add -- device to say on what device I want to run. And because I connected my physical device with a cable, I see my device here. Let's select this device and it's going to build and run on my physical device. Let's do that. And I think I'm going to do, meanwhile, I'm going to connect the screen mirroring. Oh my, I see that I'm losing frames, but that's probably because it's building. So let's wait for a second. Where is it? Here. I'm connecting my phone so that you can see it as well. And here is my phone. Now what I can do here is I'll go back to my terminal to where the server is running, and I'm gonna press C to clear and see the QR code. From here, I can go ahead and easily scan this QR code and do open in Jarvis. Allow first. Soon it should connect. For some reason I don't see it connecting. I can try again. Open in Jarvis. Now it's downloading, and now we should be able to give it a try. Let's do continue, and let's do start a conversation. Allow microphone. Hello. Why I still cannot hear it?
Hey, I am Jarvis. How can I help you today?
Hey Jarvis, what's your purpose?
My purpose is to efficiently manage your life and work by proactively handling emails, calendar events, reminders, and priorities. I aim to optimize your time and resources, ensuring you stay in
Perfect. Thank you very much.
schedule.
That's it. We have our agent running in React Native on our device. Hopefully you could hear that. And there is also, like, if we go back to our Jarvis agent, we can go into the analysis, or maybe in the, where is it? Conversations, actually. And we can see the last conversation that we had with Jarvis. This quota limit. Okay. Was it now? 31st. Yeah, I think it was now. But anyway, here we can see the transcript. What's your purpose? And we see more about like the LLM calls, about the time to response, I think. Some client data, so you can debug the agent information here in the conversation history. Perfect. Hello, Anu. This is my first time here. Welcome. And if you're enjoying this, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We have a lot of amazing tutorials with React Native mobile development. Can you make your own custom voices? Yeah, you can also train and create your own voice in the voices here. You can do my voices, and you can create or clone a voice, as you can see. So you can add your voice maybe, or Morgan Freeman. That would be nice. If you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. And from time to time, I'm going to stop and answer them. Perfect. Let's go ahead and do the next step. The next step, I was thinking to take a small side quest and install Expo Router so that later we can, because right now everything is in one file, one big app.tsx file. And this is both like the home screen and also the conversation screen. I was thinking that by adding Expo Router, we're going to be able to add a couple of more screens. So let's go ahead and do that. Hopefully it's not going to take a lot. I'm not going to explain like in depth about Expo Router, but as we do, I'm going to comment out what we do. First, open the documentation of Expo Router. Let's copy the dependencies here. Oh, come on. Copy. Oh, my keyboard disconnected. Here it is. And let's install these dependencies by running npx expo install and all of them. The next step is going to be to set the entry point in the package.json to expo router/entry. I'm going to do that in package.json, and the top, the main, I'm going to replace it with expo router entry. And I'm going to add the schema in app.json under the slug. I will do schema. It's going to be Jarvis. This is used for the deep links. I don't need to do that. I think everything else is done. What I'm going to actually have to do is to rebuild the project. So I'm going to do npx expo pre-build. Expo pre-build to regenerate the iOS and Android folder, and I'm going to do npx expo build iOS device, not build, npx expo run iOS device. Can we tell him to go and see some documents on the web? We could try that. Or what we could do is we could give him, for example, access to Perplexity that can search the web in real time as a tool. Like by adding tools, we can give him different, like any possibility that we can think of. So I'm going to choose my iPhone to build it. Let's try.
Hi Vadim, 11 here.
Can you access expo.dev and tell me what is their heading, like what's the title of the page? Hey, can you access expo.dev and tell me what's the title of that page? Am I running out of credits or what? I think I was testing too much.
Good afternoon, Vadim. It's
Hey.
11. I'm here and ready to help.
Hey, can
What's
you
the first thing on your
access expo.dev and tell me what's the title of the page? Can you hear me? yeah, most probably I'm running out of credits. So I'm going to conversations with 11, it's error, and this conversation failed with the following redacted. You can now ensure no client data. I don't know. We'll check in the app because it's building and it's almost here. Now that we have Expo router, we are going to have to create the source folder, and in the source we're going to create the app folder. Inside the app folder, we're going to create the home screen, which is index.tsx. Everything that we have now in app.tsx, I'm going to copy and move to source app index, to the home screen in Expo router. Now I can actually remove app.tsx and also the index from the root folder, because these are the old ones, and I can restart my development server. Oh my god, my PC is very... What's happening with the PC? What's this? Yeah, it's the npm start. Okay, let me try again. npm start, come on. npm start dash dash space dash dash clear to clear the cache. No, it's still running. But I killed the terminal. That's not good. Okay, now it was stopped. If I'm lagging, sorry. Let me know if I'm lagging. My camera seems to not move, right? Why is my camera not moving? Hello, hello. Okay, here it is. Okay, I think it's working. I don't know if this one, why it's not working. Okay, I fixed it. Okay, we are good. It doesn't see the source app index, but it should be there because we created it. Source app index. Let's do it again. Did it clear the cache? Yeah, let's reload. Maybe we didn't export it correctly here. Export default function. No, it's exported correctly. If I press this button, what's gonna happen? It's gonna create it here, but I need it in the source. Anyway, yeah, I can leave it there. Just replace it with my index, and I can remove the app from the source. For some reason, it didn't pick it up from the source. Now, if it's here, it should pick it up properly. Yes, is picking it up. Perfect. Later on, we might also split this into two different screens, because as you can see, there are like if a conversation is started, there is one logic. If a conversation is not started, like another one. The ElevenLabs provider should also maybe be taken out into the layout so that the whole application has access to it. I think that would make a lot of sense. Like in a proper setup, you do layout.tsx, export default root layout, and you would return a slot or a stack, or depending on what kind of navigator you want. Let's import this from import slot from Expo router, and this ElevenLabs provider, I'll move to the layout and I will wrap it around the slot. This way, all the screens in our application will have access to the ElevenLabs provider. And let's import it from ElevenLabs React Native. Now, from the index itself, we don't need the provider here. And because the app now only is rendering the conversation screen, I can remove this one and I can say, hey, export default conversation screen, like this. And it should still work as it was working before.
Hey, I am Jarvis. How can I help you today?
Hey Jarvis, how are you doing today? Jarvis? Yeah, I think I'll need to double check that. We close the socket, that's good. Jarvis exceeded the quota limit. Yeah, give me a second. I think I'm going to have to upgrade. I can go to starter in the agent. The minutes. I'll go with the creator. Let's go ahead and subscribe. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to subscribe and then we continue. That happened because I've been playing the whole day with this, like preparing. Okay, I think that's done. And we can try it again.
Hey, I am Jarvis. How can I help you today?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. How may I assist you today?
Perfect. So now it's working. There are 2 index files, delete 1. Where did I have 2 index files? I don't think there was 2 index files. But anyway, it's good. What else I wanted to do, maybe now that we are here, maybe to add another tab. And instead of slot, I will call this a tabs navigator. The tabs navigator, and I will create another one for maybe the settings.tsx. Let's do export default function settings screen. Return. We're going to need it later when we connect Google and things like that. Let's just do a view and a text. settings screen. Import view and text from React Native. Okay, we have two of them. In the layout, maybe I will also give them some options. At one point, I will start using Cloud Code so I can move faster. Options, title, agent, and the other one is our settings. Okay, we should have oh, it should be name, settings, and here name, index. Okay, we have a first tab agents and we have a second one settings. Perfect, that's good. Let's go ahead and I will do a git add git. What's the status? I did the .env file there. You actually need to not include the env in the git, but anyway, let's do git commit -m and set up agent and expo router. Okay, perfect. Now let's go ahead and move to the next step and add more exciting things to our agent. Because so far the agent is cool, but by making it better, we need to give him tools. And tools is basically, we're giving him capabilities to do stuff. They are enhancing the agent with custom functionalities and maybe external integrations as well. You can go ahead and open the documentations of tools. And there are a couple of types of tools. The first one would be the client tools. And the client tools enable our assistant to execute client-side functions. Basically, our agent can execute a function from our mobile application. Or if you're building a web application, it can execute code in the user's browser. Let's see how we can do that. To do that, we need to create a client-side tool. We navigate to our agent in the tool, we add the tool, log message. Let's do that. Following the documentation, I will move it here and follow it together with you. I'm gonna go to the agents, Jarvis. I'm going to go to the tools. And let's go ahead and add, to press the button add tool. I'm going to add, I already have this one here, but let's say that I want to add a client tool. We give it a name, for example, log message, and we say, use this client side tool to log a message to the user's client. That's it. In the parameters, let's add a new parameter and say that the parameter is going to be the message. And this is basically the variable that we will send to the tool. And we need to send a message so that it's going to be logged in the terminal. Okay, in the description. I'm going to say the message to log in the console. Should this message informative and relevant? Require true, perfect. Let's click add tool. And you need to make sure that it's added here. Let's press save to save our agent. And the next step is going to be to implement this client-side tool. Because client-side tools are running on the client side, we need to implement that in our mobile application. I'm going to go where we have in the index, app.index, where we are using the use conversation. This use conversation hook is basically how we set up our agent. And inside this configuration, we can give here client tools. I'm not going to give them at the top. I'm going to scroll down after all of these default callback functions. And here I'm going to say client tools is equal to probably an array. Or no, it's a object. And the client tool that I want to implement is the log message. It's going to be an async function, and it's going to receive the message property, the message variable. And what I do, I will do console log message. Basically here I implement like what should happen. And maybe I will also do an alert.alert message. And this alert can be imported from React Native. Perfect. Let's try it in practice. If I'm gonna go ahead and reload and start the conversation.
Hey, I am Jarvis. How can I help you today?
Can you log hello world to the console? Here it is. You see? I'll do OK, end conversation. As you saw, we just told our agent that is running in the cloud to log the message. It understood what we're trying to do. It saw that we have a custom tool like that, which is a client-side tool. It went back to the client side and it called this method. And we saw the alert with the console log. We should also see the console log here. Somewhere here. There are just too many things. But should be, if I search hello, here, this is the one. There are just too many logs here. That's why I added the alert and you saw it on the screen. The same thing, you can implement a lot of client-side features. Some ideas I left here in the guide. What kind of client tools would make sense? I think it would make a lot of sense to do navigation using voice. For that to happen, first we need to add a new client-side tool saying navigate to that. Not sure if it's an async function, but we're going to say path. Where do we want to navigate? And I'm going to maybe put it into a try catch, because the path might not exist. And in the try, I can say router.push, and we can push to the path that we want to navigate. Router, and the router should be imported at the top from expo router. Import router, router like this. Navigate to. Let's go ahead and say, hey, we can go into our custom tools and say, hey, I want to add a custom tool, a client called navigate to. Use this client-side tool to navigate the user to a specific screen. Maybe you can actually map here /settings for the user settings and connections /home screen for the AI agent. This will give him information like what are different paths. When we say like parameters, needs to be the one that we called here path. identifier is path, it's required, it's a string, and we can actually do enum values. We can say that you can only navigate to the slash, or you can navigate to the slash settings. This way we avoid the tool sending us values that we do not expect. And it also gives the tool like more information of what values can we send there. Let's do the add tool, and we can try it together. Not sure what's going to happen if I navigate while talking, but let's see.
Hey, I'm Jarvis. How can I help you today?
Hey, can you please navigate to the settings page?
I am sorry, I cannot directly navigate to a settings page. My current capabilities are focused on managing your emails, calendar, tasks.
I think it did, no? Wait a second. Navigate tool, it's a client-side tool. Use this client-side tool to navigate the user to a specific screen. We give it here, and we say router.push path. A good thing is that always go back into the tools and say like what kind of tools it has access to. Maybe I'm going to add a client tools, and here say navigate to use this client side tool to navigate the user to a specific screen / page. Maybe I didn't save it. Yeah, I think I didn't save it. Let's reload and let's do that again.
Hey, I am Jarvis. How can I help you today?
Hey, can you navigate to the settings page? Perfect. Can you go back? That's it. We have navigation with voice, and is as simple as this: adding a client-side tool, and also adding like what kind of paths can you have there, some checks. Amazing. And you can add these kind of features like in probably any kind of application, especially if you're building something that maybe users would use your application while driving. I think it would be cool to say like, hey, can you pause, and for the application to pause like playing a music, or can you go to the next page or something like that. Perfect. Hey Frank, how are you doing? Let's go. Can't wait for this Jarvis build. Amazing. And thank you very much for the donation. Frank is actually a founder from the Notjust incubator, and he's building like this Jarvis for real. Like I'm going to build it as a demo, as a tutorial, but Frank is actually super serious about getting this project to the market. So when that is ready, I'll ask Frank to come back to this video and drop the link in the comments, and I will pin it so that you can go ahead and check Frank's project. And maybe that will put a bit more pressure on Frank to get it out. So Frank, we are here with you. Okie dokie. What else? There are a lot of more tools that you can build. Like we could integrate like local notifications to schedule or show local notifications, or we could integrate the contacts using Expo contacts, so that with our agent we can say, hey, can you get me the phone number of that person from my contact list and send him an SMS, or can you get me the email from the contacts of that person? That would also be a client-side tool, because the Expo contacts, this is a client-side thing. Like we don't have this information on a server. We have it on the client, and with client tools, like we can do these kind of things. So for any tool that you need, you build a local functionality or feature, you add it to the use conversation client tools here, and then you create the client tool in the dashboard, setting up like the name, the description, and the properties, or like the data that you need. And then you mention the tool in the system prompt to let the agent know that it has access to that tool and when to use it. And that's it. You have a client-side tool. Let me go ahead and do a git add git commit -m. That was client-side tools. And the next step is going to be server-side tools. And I see Rudrak is asking how to join the Notjust incubator. To join the Notjust incubator, go to notjust.dev, and there is a button, Notjust incubator. Or if there is no button, go to notjust.dev/incubator and join the waitlist. The waitlist, like the next batch, is going to happen at the beginning of 2026. And if you're interested to know when we open the applications, make sure to join the waitlist and I will let you know. Right now we are in week 4 out of 10 with a current batch. We have 7 amazing founders that are all building amazing applications, having a lot of progress, and almost all of them are like this close to publishing the application, which is a very exciting moment to see the founders finally get their application, their ideas into the hands of a user onto the market. There are a lot of challenges and difficulties because everyone is super ambitious with what problems and challenges they are solving, but that's why we're here to move forward and to get help from experienced people. Okay, moving on. The next step is server tools. The server tools are tools that we can that we interact like by calling an API, for example. If we go to the server tools docs, basically they enable the assistant to connect to external data system. In a lot of cases, that would be like to connect to an API. It can be an external API, for example, a third-party API, or it can also be your backend. You can connect the agent to call an API on your backend. And what we're going to do now is first, we're going to use a third-party API and integrate it in our agent to, for example, get the weather. But later on, we're going to build our own API, like our own backend endpoints, and then connect them to our agent so it can call back our backend to get data from our system. So let's do that together, and let's follow the guide under the server tools here to integrate with a weather assistant, with a weather calling tool. I'm going to move it on the side, and then we can do that together. Let's go ahead in our ElevenLabs. Let's go ahead into the agent under the tools. Let's go ahead and do add tool, and we're going to add a webhook tool. Not a client side, but a webhook tool. The name is going to be get weather. The description is also important because that's how you tell that's the context that you give to the AI agent to know like why is this tool and when should we call it. So we say that this tool is going to get the weather forecast for a location. The URL is going to be like, I'm taking it from the docs here. So the URL is this one, API open meteo, like this. So let's take it and put it here. We're going to leave a method get. It depends like if you're sending a post request, but this one is a get request. And the cool thing is that this API, the open meteo, does not need an API key. So it's a bit easier to work with. I think that's good. Do we need anything in the path parameters? No, we don't. Let's just do add tool. URLs must use HTTPS. Oh, I need to remove a URL at the top. Description. Path parameter. Oh, it automatically added the path parameter, right? Yeah, it automatically looked into the URL because it has this latitude as a variable and longitude as well. And it added the path parameters. And we can say, we can describe what's this value. The latitude of the location. And here it's the longitude. String is good. Let's do add tool. And we press save, but we also need to go back to our prompt and say that in the tools, there is a get whoever tool. This is markdown. So I'm adding like a subcategory in the tools, like subheading. And from the docs, I will also get here like this prompt. I will paste it. Maybe I don't need your helpful. Okay, when user asks whatever condition, use. Maybe I don't need everything. Like I will edit a bit. Use the get whoever tool to fetch accurate real-time data. The tool requires a latitude, longitude, and use geography. Okay, never ask user for coordinates. You must determine this yourself. Always report the whoever information conversationally, referring to the location by name. For whoever request, extract the location from user's message, convert the location to coordinates, and call that. Present the information naturally. Okay, for non-whoever queries, I will delete this one, and I'll delete the first message. That's enough information about the get whoever tool. Let's do save. And let's go ahead in our project. Start the conversation.
Jarvis, how can I help you today?
Hey, what's the weather today in Barcelona?
The current temperature in Barcelona is 21.2 degrees Celsius with a wind speed of 17.8 kilometers per hour.
Perfect. So as you can see, our agent can already tell us the weather, which is really cool. Like it took us like what, 5 or 10 minutes to integrate that tool, and our agent has more things that it can do. And you can go into the conversations to look at the last conversation, and you're going to see the transcript. We see that we asked about the weather in Barcelona, and we see that the tool get weather was called. Result. So webhook call. As you can see, it called this tool with this latitude and longitude. Got a lot of data here back, but it made sense out of the data, and it just answered the current temperature in Barcelona. We can confirm that it's true. 22, and the tool said 21.2, somewhere there. Perfect. So that is how you integrate server tools. And the API, the webhook that we're calling, this one didn't have an API. Didn't have authorization and didn't need like a token, like an API key. If you need an API key, there are different ways you can do that securely with ElevenLabs. For example, you can add a JWT token or a basic API key in your secrets. So for example, from the agent in the Jarvis, you can go to maybe get weather, and you can add like in the header this a new secret value, and the secret value would be API key, if that's the header that you need to send. And the API key, or maybe it would be like authorization in a lot of cases. And you add a secret, name, and value. And then it's going to be used when the tool is going to be called. I don't need that, so I'm going to delete. But just for you to know, if you need to authenticate using API keys or any other way, like you can do that through here. Next things on our list is MCPs. MCP, Model Context Protocol. Our agents can also connect to MCPs. If you don't know about MCPs, this is a protocol that specifies how tools and things can connect with AI agents. It's something that has been implemented by a lot of companies, a lot of products, a lot of services, and it makes it easy to plug and play different tools to communicate with AI. At a high level, an MCP is basically a list of tools with information how to connect with them, what data to send, and so on. We can either build our own MCP, or we can easily integrate with other MCP that are already available. If we go into the documentation, under the MCP tools, you're going to see here more information about MCP. A lot of MCPs, they need to be authenticated for the specific user. So I'm not exactly sure how that would work here. That's why I found an MCP tool that does not need authentication at all. So let me show you how we can connect that one. And the MCP, like I found, is the CoinGecko. The CoinGecko, mcp.api.coingecko.com, is an MCP that can give you your AI cryptocurrency market data. At the moment, it doesn't require API keys, no anything. You can just get it and integrate with it. Later, I don't know, maybe it's going to be changed, so maybe find another MCP that does not require authorization. What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the URL from here, and I'm going to go to my agent in ElevenLabs, Jarvis, scroll down, and under custom MCP servers, let's add a server. Let's create a new server, the name CoinGecko. Is that how you write it? Maybe. CoinGecko for cryptocurrencies market data. In the server configuration, it supports both SSE and streamable HTTP, and CoinGecko as well supports HTTP streaming and SSE. I will go with HTTP streaming. I'll copy the first link, and in my agent configuration, I'm also going to select streamable, and I'm going to paste them CoinGecko MCP. If the MCP needs secrets token, you can add them here, or HTTP headers. For the tool approval, let's do no approval. Like we'll let the agent call these tools without approval. It's recommended to always ask to make sure that to prevent unnecessary calls to specific MCPs, because MCP have like some security issues. Like you need to understand that by giving an MCP to an agent, like people can do a lot of stuff. So you need to take it to be very careful with that. And what I'm going to do is add server. I trust the MCP server, and I think I have it here at the end. I added it, and I should go ahead and do save. If I press on this CoinGecko, soon you should see the tools. For me, it failed to check the tools. We'll see if now it works, but we can go ahead and give it a try in our application.
Hey Jarvis. How can I help you today?
Hey, what's the current price of Bitcoin?
The current price of Bitcoin is 47,201 United States dollars.
I don't think that's true. 47,000. Let's see what happened there. I'm gonna go to the conversations. Let's go to the last one and let's see the transcript. Price of a Bitcoin. Tool succeeded. Get simple price. 47,000. That cannot be true. Did it hallucinate? Current BTC price? No, it's 95k euro, and USD should be more than 100k. Is CoinGecko returning tool invocation test result? This is the result. Why from this result it got 47,201? 47,000. Am I tripping? Agents, Jarvis, CoinGecko. It has tools. Oh, now it has tools. So it can, like, these are all the tools that this MCP gives us. So when using this tool, always use for this where force pre-tool speech, disable interruptions, execution mode immediate, tool call sound. Let's try it again. Like, that was a bit weird.
Hey, I am Jarvis. How can I help you today?
Hey, what's the Bitcoin price today?
The current price of Bitcoin is 110,431 US dollars.
Okay, that looks more like the correct answer. I don't know what happened there. It hallucinated. But now it knows that it has this MCP from CoinGecko, and it can call it depending on the query, depending on what we are asking it to do. So in the transcript, we see that it did CoinGecko get simple price. And this is the result. And it told us, I think it's not this one. It should be a new conversation. Maybe this one. Yeah, 110. Yeah, perfect. That's exactly what it told us. Perfect. So that's how you can connect MCPs to your agent. And I think now we're going to get into one of the most fun parts, into giving our agent access to our Gmail and Google Calendar. That's something that is not super easy, but it's very fun. So let me do git add git commit -m MCP, but I don't think we did anything, so push, because most of the things were done here in the agents. So yes, step 5, the fun part, custom integrations. So our next step is going to be to integrate our AI agent to have access to the user's Gmail and Google Calendar. This is the tricky part because we need to make sure that the requests to the Gmail and Calendar API are done on the behalf of a user. And that implies that we also have to do that securely and never expose the client tokens to third-party providers. I wouldn't even give the client-side tokens to like a conversational agent, because the agent can give it to some other tools, and that like means that it can expose the client tokens. So the challenge today is going to be to make this connection secure so that our agent can interact with the Gmail and calendar in a very secure way. The flow that we will integrate is, first, the user will connect his Google account and will give permissions to his Gmail and calendar through the mobile application. Similar to how we have here on Eleven.ai, these integrations, manager integrations, that's what we're going to do. We're going to add a page in our mobile application from where the user will be able to manage his integrations, such as Google Calendar. Then what we are going to do is we're going to send this token to our backend, call Google API to exchange it for short-lived tokens. These tokens we're going to save in the database linked to the user profile, and later we create API endpoints in our backend that will interact securely with Google API. That like basically the API tokens or the API webhooks will be like /get user event, get create event for the user, get the user email. And our backend is going to be the one who is going to handle the access tokens, the refresh tokens, and everything. And it's going to simply return information like events and create events and so on. So we never expose those outside our backend. And later we give these endpoints as webhook tools to ElevenLabs, so it has access to them. So sounds like a lot, but we're going to take it step by step, and I'm going to explain, like as we do, I'm going to explain how everything like interacts and works together for us to have this system in a secure way. Before I do that, give me just 1 second. I'm going to take a short break, and then we continue with our custom integrations step. I'll be back. All right, so we are back. Before we actually do the custom integrations, because the tokens for Gmail and calendar should be connected to a specific user. and should be protected by that and only accessible by that user, we're going to have to add an authentication system. We are going to do that with Supabase. So let's go ahead and create a Supabase project. We're going to use Supabase for authentication for the database where we're going to store his credentials for Gmail, for access tokens for Google API, and also for the webhooks. Let's go ahead in the dashboard of Supabase, and in the media, let's create a new project. Let's call it Jarvis. Let's do generate a password, copy it, and let's do create new project. I'm going to store that password somewhere if I will need it. And I'm going to open the Supabase React Native docs. There is another blog post. This build a user management app with React Native. So I'm going to build we created the project. We need to set up the database schema, and we're going to do that using the user management starter from the quick starts. Back to the Supabase, back to the SQL editor. From the quick starts, I'm going to use user management starter. What this is doing is it's creating a table profile, and then it's also creating like an automation that it's inserting a profile when we sign up with a new user. Let's run this here. Error near the profiles. Why? What did I do? Run it again, and now it works. If we look in the table, we have a profiles here. It's going to have information about the user. Cool. Back into the docs here, we are going to need the API keys. I'm going to get them later. For now, I am going to do npx expo install Supabase client and the React Native async storage. I'm not going to take the RN UI themed. I'm only going to take these two packages, the Supabase client and the async storage. Let's go ahead and install them in our project. We are also going to have to rebuild the project because the async storage has native code. So we're going to do npm prebuild npx expo prebuild. npx expo prebuild. Sorry for my typos. And then npx expo run iOS device, and I'm going to rebuild it and run it on my physical device again. Okay. While that is happening, I'm going to look into the docs, and I'm going to create this lib_supabase.ts. I'm going to do that in the source. I'm going to create a new folder called lib, and inside there I'm going to create a new file called supabase.ts. In the supabase.ts, I'm going to copy this code from here that will initialize the Supabase client. For that, we need the Supabase URL and the Supabase publishable key or unknown key. So let's do, I'm going to replace this part with process.env I will do expo public Supabase URL, and I'm going to do the same for the second one. Process.env.expo public Supabase publishable key. Now it's called actually a non key, so I would call it anon key. Anon stands for anonymous. So Supabase URL here. You can also add a exclamation mark at the end saying that it's going to be defined and replace it here as well. Now we need to add this expo public Supabase URL in the env equal, and the second one as well. And we need to go back to our expo dashboard and get these keys. I'm going to get them from the project settings. The URL is going to be found under the data API in the settings here as a project URL. I'm going to copy it and paste it under the Supabase URL. The API keys will contain this anon or the public key. This is a key that is safe to use in browser or in client-side application. Let's copy it and add it here. You have Duolingo. Yes, I have Duolingo. That's it. The next step would be to set up a login component. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to create a new folder in our application and I'm going to call it auth. In the auth, I'm going to create the sign in.tsx and the sign up.tsx. I'm also going to create a underscore layout.tsx where I'm going to say export default function of layout, and I will say return a stack navigator, so that the sign in and sign up will be inside one common stack, so we can go back and forth between each other. Back here, let's set up a React Native command to manage the login and sign up. In the auth is this both. This is sign up, and where is the sign in? It's doing it from the same page. Okay, I think I can also do it from the same page. I'll copy this code from here. I'll go into the sign in page and I'm going to paste it. I'll make sure that the button and input are not imported from RN from the library, but from React Native. And I will remove them from here. I'll make sure that we import correctly here the lib.supabase. And I think it's one more layer than /source. I think it's like this. Or it would be better if in the tsconfig we add here paths, and we say that if we are importing with this structure, then we are actually importing from .source. So this remaps to .source, and back in sign in, I think we can just simply replace everything at the beginning with @ and it's basically mean the lib folder from the source folder. The last step is in the layout to render this off screen. We can render it here at the beginning saying tabs.screen. We can say name is going to be off with parentheses like the folder name. And what else? Probably nothing else. Let's just restart the server and reload. Now I'm going to teach you how to do protected routes. Because right now, the application automatically go to index. What we want to do is we want to check if the user is authenticated. I want to go to the index. But if the user is not authenticated, I want to go to the auth. In fact, I'll create another folder called protected. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the layout into the protected, the index and the settings, because I want to create a root layout .tsx, and this root layout export default function root layout. This root layout is responsible for managing, like, do I go to the protected or to the auth? Like, I don't want it to take care of anything more than that. So it's going to render a stack, and it's going to have stack.screen name auth, and it's going to have a stack.screen name protected. So far we see the header protected at the top. We can say that this root layout should not show the header. Header shown false, because it has a different purpose. Now I'm going to go back in the protected into the layout, because this is already not called root layout. This is the protected layout, and there is no tab inside this protected layout called auth. That was the wrong thing that I did. The tabs should only be two tabs, index and agent, and that's it. And this 11 provider, we can keep it here because we don't want unauthenticated users to have access to the ElevenLabs provider. So it's good that it's here, not in the root layout. So I'm going to move back to the root layout, because that's where we're going to do these protected screens. What I mean by that is we're going to somehow have access to the const is authenticated. We initialize it with false. Authenticated. So if the user is not authenticated, we need to redirect him to the auth screen. We can do that by using a component called stack.protected. We wrap it around the screen, and that's how we guard that screen. And we guard it by giving a boolean, like a true or a false. We say this screen is only accessible if is authenticated is false. And we do the same for the protected, saying that the protected screen is only accessible if the is authenticated is true. In that case, maybe I will reload. Element type identify string for building components of. You likely forgot to export your component. Maybe I export default function and the sign in. Yeah, maybe I don't have an index here. So it's either probably doing it here, stack.screen name sign in. Is that going to work? Is missing a required, and sign up doesn't have anything. I think it's okay that it doesn't have anything. Check the render method of sign in. Yeah, I think I didn't finish fixing the sign in page, because this input, it doesn't have a label, first of all. Why doesn't like input? It should be text input, sorry. Text input. And here I need to replace it to text input, text input. And it doesn't have these left icons. And yeah, that should be good. Let's reload. Okay, here we have it. Not the best, but it's there. And what I can do is in the email, I can write my email. Come on. And another thing that maybe is going to make it easier is before I create an account to go to the Supabase Authentication, under sign-in providers, under email, I will do secure email change, secure password change, to confirm any email change on both old emails and new emails. I think I'll disable this one for a second because I don't want to have to confirm email before using everything. In production, you can, and Supabase will automatically send you a confirmation code, but for now I will not do it. For password, I will do something easy. 123, 123, 123. Sign up. And what do we have? We have please check your inbox for email verification code. Now if I press sign in, email not confirmed. Oh boy. Maybe I can do the confirmation manually. If I have users, I have this one. Waiting for verification. Can I do manually verification? Database. Did it create the profile of that user? Yeah, it created the profile of that user, but it doesn't allow me to sign in. Is it because of what? User sign up. Confirm email. That's what I was looking for. Not that one. I can leave that one because changing emails can be secure, but I don't need the confirmation email. And now I can probably sign in back. Email not confirmed. Maybe I should go into the database, not authentication users, delete the previous user. Delete user. And try again. I will sign up first. Probably all good, and then I will sign in. Also no issues. That means that we probably have signed in correctly. Now we just need to properly get information about if a user is signed in or not. The account page, I will not need it. But here, the session is probably something that we need, and I will take this one and I will use it inside the root layout. Usually I have a separate provider, but for now I will just keep it here in the root layout to make it easier and faster for us. Basically, here we're going to store the session information of a user. To know if he's authenticated or not, we're going to use Supabase from our library. And we're going to know if a user is authenticated or not based on the session dot user. And we can transform this to a Boolean by doing double negation sign. And this is already a Boolean. So now it should navigate to our agent. It knows that the session has the user, it knows that it's authenticated, and it's not going to the auth, but it's going to the protected. In the protected settings, I can add a button here from React Native with a title sign out, and on press I can call supabase.auth.signout. And look what's going to happen. If I go to the settings and press sign out, I'll be automatically redirected to the sign in page. Perfect. Now I will do one thing. I will do git add, git commit, basic Supabase auth, and I will do Claude, and I will ask it to improve the sign in and sign up flow. Improve the UI and UX of the sign in and sign in pages. Style them nicely. Add navigation between each page. Make it look and behave like a production app. After showing you the basics, I'm going to take a shortcut and use Claude to style this. I don't want to do it manually. Let's see what it's going to do. Let me know, are you using like AI in your day-to-day job, into the day-to-day coding? And if so, which one are you using? Claude, Cursor, anything else? So that's what it did. Okay, I will just do yes. This is the sign in that it created, and this is the, maybe it's doing the sign up next. So I have a welcome back, which I can, oh, nice, with keyboard avoiding view as well, where I can sign in probably. Let's double check if it's working. Let's see what's going to happen if it's not correct. Okay, it's going to show me that, and sign in. I'm back here. Perfect. Sign out. Let's do yes for the sign up as well. That's the sign up page. Do you want to make changes? Yeah, maybe yes. I don't know what's happening, but I'm good with that. Oh, look at that. Nice pages. Yeah, and in the layout, maybe we do not need the, like we can do screen options, header shown false. Now it's better. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and say git add, improve the UI of screens with AI. Perfect. And let's go ahead and sign in. Okie dokie. The next step, why did we do that? We did that for users to have their account, and later on, we can store and link data such as their Google tokens to their profiles and only them to have access to that profile, because this profile has this RLS, like row level security. And we see that users can insert their own profile and user can update their own profile. And the select is visible by everyone. I wouldn't say so. And I would actually go ahead and update this one, saying that the profiles are only available to the user who is doing the request. So I'm going to open another policy, like the second one for the insert, where we have this check saying that if the user who is doing the request is the same as the profile ID, then it has access. And I'll copy this from here and I'll go discard. I'll go to the select command and edit it to have the same rules, because I will want the profiles to be protected only by the user. Like, it's not a social media where someone else should have access to my profile. No, it's only me who should have access to my profile. I'm going to save this policy, and now only me will have access. And you can also edit the name by the user only. User. Save. Okay, that's a little bit of protection for later, like when we will add more data here. Let's go ahead and start our custom integration for Gmail and Google Calendar. And to do that, the first things that we need to do is going to be to create a Google Cloud project. So open this link. And in the console.cloud.google.com, go ahead and create a new organization if you don't have yet one. And then let's create a new project. I'll call this project Jarvis. And I'll do create. It's creating the project. And the next step I will have to do is I will configure this consent screen. So I'm going to select Jarvis here to make sure that I'm working with this project. And under API and services, under the OAuth consent screen, I have to first set it up here. So let's get started, because this is how we will configure Google Authentication for our project. Let's go ahead and press get started. Let's give it an app name, Jarvis. Support email, I'm going to give my email. Let's do next. For the audience, I'm going to select first internal, and this is only going to be available to user within my organization. For external, we will have to, before pushing to production, we need to verify our application. And to get access to Gmail, like, it's something not very easy. That's a challenge that the founders from the incubator are going through, because you need to pass some verification before publishing your application. But maybe I will do external, because that will allow me to do testing mode for users that we add to the list of test users. Okay, let's do next. These email addresses are for Google to notify you about any changes to the project. Yeah, I will add my email, and let's do create. I agree and create. Okay, now under the same thing, we're gonna go to the clients. Again, if you're starting from scratch, we go to API and services, or here in the menu, we go to API and services. We go to the credentials, right? It's not under off. Maybe it's under off. Or it's the same thing. Usually I go to the API, and here under the credentials, we're going to have to create the auth to client IDs. Let's go ahead and press create credentials and select the Open Authentication client ID, the second one here. Application type, we're going to start with a web application, and this web application is going to basically be our server. Let's go ahead and click create. And do we need the JSON? I'll download with JSON and we'll see like when we need it later. Let's do OK. And I will need another client ID, actually two of them. I'll create auth ID. One of them is going to be for iOS, for our iOS mobile application. The bundle ID is something that we're going to find inside app.json. Under iOS, we have bundle identifier. In this case, this is the bundle identifier that we have for my project, so we need to add it here. The App Store ID, we don't have it yet published, but when we do publish it, we need to come back and add it here. Let's do create. Let's do OK. And most probably you need to do the same for Android. I was preparing only for iOS. Let's do package name, which most probably is the same. It's Android package and it's the same, but you can check it, double check it. Do we need that or no? Yeah, I didn't do it for Android. So maybe I will do it later. I'll go with iOS and web only. Then we need to add some test users as well. Where do we add test users? Maybe in the auth consent screen, because you have a different metric. The settings. No. Audience. Testing. User type. Test users. That's what I'm looking for. We need to add some test users, and these are going to be the only emails or the only users that will be able to sign in and interact with our application before our application is published. So I'm going to give it access to my email and do save. You can add more emails here for your test users. You can have up to 100 users. What else? While we're still here, we need to enable the APIs that we will need to access. To do that, I'm going to go to in the menu, API and services, and I will search here some APIs. For example, the Calendar API. Google Calendar API. What we have to do is enable this API. Perfect. Let me also check some documentation of Google Calendar by looking maybe at the overview here, because yeah, this is going to be the Google Calendar documentation, and I will need these scopes in a second. Yeah. So these scopes are going to be like the access level that we're going to ask from the user and things that we will be able to do. So what I'm going to ask for is the not read only, but maybe this scope, see, edit, share, and permanently delete the calendars. No, that's too much. I don't want to have access to edit or share calendars. I need access to the events. View and edit events on all your calendars. If you only need read-only, you can do that and allow users to only give read-only access. That will allow our system to read from the calendar but not write. I'll take this one. and copy it, and I will go into the where auth consent screen, data access, and let's do add or remove scopes. I will enter here the property, and it finds, and I will select it from the list. I'll then select it here and do update. So we added it to our sensitive scopes here. Now let's do the same for our Gmail. So let's search Gmail API at the top. Let's find the Gmail. Let's enable it. And let's go to the overview to look at the documentation of Gmail. And let's see, maybe the auth consent here. If you're creating an app for outside room, data access scope. Select the scope of the program minimum level of, okay. Scopes categories. What are the scopes here for Gmail? Maybe we can go into the off screen, into the data access, into add scopes, and let's search here Gmail. Gmail API. Read, compose, send, and permanently delete your email from Gmail. I think that's what we're looking for. Read, compose, and send from your Gmail. Yeah, without delete, right? Manage drafts and send emails. Manage drafts and send emails. You interact, okay. Maybe the first one. Read, compose, and send. Or maybe the second one. Read, compose, and send emails from your Gmail account. Yeah, probably this one. Let's do update. Okay. We'll see. Maybe we're gonna have to come back here later to modify stuff. But so far, I think that's the only thing that we needed to do. Okie dokie. Working with Google APIs is not an easy thing. Like, it took me probably a day to go through everything and to prepare the project. But hopefully with this tutorial, it's going to be easier for you to do the same. The next step for us is going to be to use the Google Authentication in Expo. So basically, let the user sign in or connect his Google account and give us permission to his calendar or Gmail. For that, I'm going to open this documentation from Expo, and it's actually using the React Native Google Sign-In library. So in fact, we can open right away the libraries documentation and say installation. This library has like a free and a paid version. I use the free one. So this is premium. I use the free version. Installing with npm. Let's take this one. And let's install the library in our project. The Expo guide and the web guide. Let's go to the Expo guide. In the setting up Expo, we need we don't use Firebase. So Expo without Firebase. If you're not using Firebase, provide the iOS key. Okay. So we need to add this plugin. I'm going to copy it like this, the tuple or array with the name and the configuration. Let's copy it. Let's go back to our app.json. Under plugins, after Expo Router, we're going to add this plugin with iOS URL scheme. Google user apps, some ID here. And this iOS URL scheme is not our scheme, but it's coming from the Google project. If we go to the clients, to the iOS client, there should be the iOS URL scheme. So copy this one from here and add it as a iOS URL scheme here. Save. Let's go back to the documentation. And that's it. We need to pre-build and run it again. Let's do that. npx expo pre-build. Maybe clean, like they said clean, but clean basically removes first the iOS and Android and creates it from scratch. Let's see that in action. Finish pre-build, and I'm going to do npx expo run iOS device, and I'm going to select my device. And while it's building, I'm going to already think about the next steps, because the next steps is going to be we're gonna come back, like if we have time, to do the Android setup as well. But no, Expo, yeah, Expo is done. Configuration. That would be the credentials for Android, and for iOS we already have done that. Next, we're going to look at the original Google sign-in. Configure. Then sign in. Okie dokie. Okay, the application is running. Okay, good. It has built. Now we need to implement the sign-in with Google. We're going to do it somewhere in the protected, maybe in the settings. So let's go ahead and add a button here. For now, I'm not going to make it pretty. I'm going to make it functional, and then I can use Claude to make it pretty. Here, let's do connect Google. And on press, sign in Google, something like that. Let's go ahead and add this function here. It's probably async, like this. How we're going to do that? Well, from the documentation, under the original Google sign in, we are going to import these two things. Google sign in. Let's import these two things, or three things at the top. Let's go ahead and call configure at the top, and here is an example of the configure. I'm going to copy this example, and let's do it at the top. Web client ID. This we can hard code them here, but I'm going to do process.env.expo public. This is important to start environment variables that we need in the client side with expo public. And let's say Google Web Client ID. Then for the scopes, I'm going to do that in a second. Offline access. If you want to access Google API on behalf of a user from your server, we need it to true. So let's set it to true because this is super important because we're going to need to access Google API on behalf of a user from our server. So we need this offline access. I'm not sure if we need the hosted domain. Force code for refresh token. I don't know if we need this one. The iOS client ID is something that we need, and I can actually copy it and put it at the top as well near the web client ID, and let's call it process.env.expo underscore public Google iOS client ID Google service iOS. If you rename your Google info file, name it here. I don't think we need this one. Profile image size. We can leave it like this. Okay. Now let's go ahead and take these two variables and add them to the .env file. Equal, and the second one here equal. Where do we take them from? Well, we take them from our Google Cloud project. So under API and services, under credentials, we have here the iOS client and web client. Let's open iOS first. This is the client ID that we're looking for. Let's copy it and let's put it under the iOS client ID, the second one. We need to do the same for the web client. Web client ID, copy, add it here. Perfect. Now we are good with the configure. Back into the documentation. We need to call the sign in. So the sign in, I'll copy this code from here. Let's go back. And I will, instead of signing in with Google, I'm just gonna do sign in like this. Sign in, and I will replace the button on press to sign in. What do we have? Is success response. I think that's also something that we can import. Is success response from the React Native Google sign in. And the same thing as, I don't think we need set state for now, but we need is arrow with code. So let's import it. And that's it. I think now it is time to give it a try. In here, set state user info, maybe I will do console log user response.data dot let's do user dot email and see what's the email of a user that I gave access to. The only thing that here in the scopes we need to change a bit, because we gave in our data access, why don't I see it here? We had some scopes. and it's Jarvis. I don't know why it disappeared, but I gave it to the calendar, for example. I'll start only with calendar for now. So let's do calendar events I'm looking for, right? Events. View and edit events on behalf of your calendar. Update. And I don't know why it doesn't show me the whole scope. Like, you have so much space here. Just show me the whole scope. I need to go somewhere here in the calendar and find, probably it's this one. I'm going to copy it and I'm going to add it as a scope in the Google configure. All right, let's give it a try. I will reload here. And I will go to the settings and I will press connect Google. We see Jarvis wants to use google.com to sign in. Let's do continue. We see my accounts. I'm gonna go. No, not that one. Okay, this one. See, it needs access to my name, but I don't see access to Google Calendar. So I'm going to click continue. Oh, it's the next one. So this will allow Jarvis to view and edit events on your calendar. Let's do allow. And what we see in the console is the email. And another thing that we also get there is going to be a server code. In this response.data, if I do server of code, that's going to be a token that we can send to our server, and then the server can exchange that token to access token that later we can use to interact with Google API. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does. But what's our next step? The next step is to send the server token to backend and exchange it to access token. How are we going to do that? Well, we need a database, a backend function to do that. For the backend function, I'll go ahead and use edge functions provided by Supabase. So let's create one via the editor. I'm going to open the editor and I'm going to say, hey, I will need that property called maybe information about the user as well, but also like response.data. We have information about user, about the scopes, about ID token, server of token. Should we take everything? Like, this data is a user type, and a user type has user, it has scopes of type string. We don't need this ID token, but we need the server of token. So first of all, we're going to get server of token from here, and we can, in the interface, we can say that this server of token is going to be string. We're going to maybe also get scopes, which is going to be an array of strings. So I'm going to put it here. So let's destructure the scopes as well. And let's also send the user information, such as the name, email, photo, and so on, because we might use it to update his profile. So this user, we're also going to get it here from our request. Now, the data, hello, let's do hello.user.name, just to test if we can connect it. Later, we're going to do the next steps. For the function name, let's call it Google sign in. Let's do deploy function. And what we can do is back in our project, in the settings, after we get this response data, we can go ahead and say, hey, I want to call await Supabase, or maybe we can define it as a separate function for it to make more sense. Const send data, send Google data to Supabase. User is going to be user from that, and we're going to do const await. Here I need the arrow. Supabase. So let's import Supabase if it's not already imported. And let's call, is it RPC for remote? Or no, it's functions. RPC is for the database functions. Edge functions is functions dot invoke. And the name of the function is Google sign in. And the options, what do we need to send there? Post, name, invocations. Wait a second, I forgot. Supabase edge functions. How do we call the edge function? Function invoke, and then we just send the body. Okay, body is going to be equal to the user, and that user has all the information, right? And then let's get back data and error and see console log data and console log error. Let's call this send Google data to Supabase after we successfully sign in the user. So I'm going to do like this and send the response dot data. Let's give it a try and press again connect Google. Continue. Okay, allow. We see the name and we see back hello Vadim Savin, and that Vadim Savin is coming back from our edge function. And we can see that if we look into the edge functions, invocations, reload, it should be here in a second. Maybe in the logs we're going to see it. Yeah, we see that we call this server, and in invocation we see that it also returns some information. So that means that we successfully called this function and everything was good. Like it had access to this user because we are returning back hello user.name. Okay, but what do we have to do? Here, first, exchange server of code to an access token and a refresh token using Google API. And then the second option is going to be save those tokens in the database under user profile. Two things. Okay. Well, the first step is not that hard. I just need to figure out like how to import it correctly, because this is Dino, like it's not Node.js, and I think it's npm Google APIs or something like that. I can Google that as well. Dino Google APIs. Is that how it works? Google APIs for Dino. Spanner. Google here. Maybe it's that way. Let's try it this way. Like I didn't try it in this way, but we can give it a try. Now step 0 is create the auth2 client. So const auth2 client equal to new auth2, and here we need to provide two things: the web client ID and the web client secret. We take them from our secret keys. So I'm going to do, let's do Dino secret keys or environment variables. Maybe from the docs, I can look into them. Environment variables, and I'll do it like this. So the first environment variable, and then the second one. The first one is going to be Google Web Client ID, and then Google Web Client Secret. We're going to add them in a second, but the next step that we need to do is we can already use this client to get our tokens that we are interested in. And we're going to do it with await auth2 client dot get token, and we're going to send the server of code. And what I can do there is console log tokens dot maybe object.keys tokens. So I don't show the whole token, but only the the keys of that token. Okay, let's give it a try. We need this Google Web Client ID in the secrets. So I'm going to add a new secret to the client Google Client ID. I'm going to take it from my client's web client. This is the client ID. I'm going to put it here and I'm going to do save. And from the functions in the Google sign-in code, oh, I didn't save it. Ouch, that hurt. Anyway, let's go into the secret and finish it with, I need to add Google Web Client secret. And I'm going to take it also from here, client, and this is the secret. I cannot copy it from here, so I'm going to look at the JSON that I downloaded previously, and there I'm going to find the secret. I don't know where it is. Client ID. Yeah, I found the secret. And I'll put it as a value in Supabase and I'll do save. Perfect. Now I have, if I go into the Edge function secrets, I have a client ID and client secret. Let's go into the functions and write what we already had there. And what we had there is, first of all, the import of this auth2. Is that correct? No, it's like this. Then we had, I don't need, yeah, the data is going to go away. But I had the auth2 client equal new auth2 dino.get, is it get env? I had two here. First one and the second one. First one is the Google Web Client underscore ID, and the second one, it's secret. Now having the auth2 client, we can say const tokens equal auth2 client get token or tokens from the server of code. And then I can do console log object.shape tokens. And this I think should be a wait. Let me check something. Get token. It's get token. Object.shape, no? Object.keys. Let's see that in action. I will deploy updates. Fail to deploy. Cannot import this one. This import is not correct. So maybe the Dino imports is always Dino npm import. I think it's just, yeah, npm at the beginning. So I'm going to simplify a bit, or do it like this, npm, and then the name is Google APIs. And maybe I need to also do the version. So I'm gonna check on the npm Google APIs what's the latest version. I'll take this version from here, and that's what I'm going to use. And one thing is that now it's I'm going to import Google, and here I'm going to say Google.auth.auth2 deploy. Failed to deploy a function, deploy failed due to an internal error. Why? What's the reason? Well, first of all, here is a wait, definitely. Anyone has any ideas what's happening? npm. If I don't provide the version, let me copy and reload. Successfully updated the function, which means that now I can go ahead and do again connect Google, do allow, and look into the invocations here. That's the one that we did before. We need something more fresh. In the logs, maybe. Something fresh. No, it message hello. So that means that it worked. It didn't crash. That's good. I see now that it's status 200. In the logs, we see the fields that we have access to. We have access to access token. We have access to the refresh token. We have even the scope, the token type, and the ID token. That's amazing. Is that on development? What do you mean? What do you exactly mean? So the first thing is that we successfully exchanged the server token that we got from the front end by user pressing like sign in with Google. We transform it to an access token and a refresh token. Access token is going to be used to fetch data from the calendar, and refresh token is going to be used to refresh this access token when it expires. That's how we interact from our backend with Google APIs on behalf of users. And what we need to do is we need to save this information to the profile, to the database. So I'm going to go in the profile, and I'm going to, maybe you can create a new table, but I think I can store it also here. And I will say Google access token. That's a text. And I will do another one, Google refresh token. That's a text. I will do save. And back in my Edge function, in the Google sign-in, in the code, I will add here some I don't need this data anymore. Or yeah, I actually don't need this data. And here in the response, I'm just going to return status. Okay. I don't know. Nothing meaningful for now, but something there. So what do I need here? So sorry for... You saw that tokens has that access token and the refresh token. The next step is save tokens.access token and refresh token to the user profile database. Now, the next question is, how do we interact with the database from here? We can look into the documentation, Supabase docs, seeing how we can, where is it? Quick start. Environment, manage new parent, function configuration, error handling, route deploy to production, integration, Supabase auth, and database. That's what we need. Connect to your Postgres database from the Edge function by using Supabase JS client. You can also use Postgres clients like Deno Postgres. Now we need to use Supabase. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to create a Supabase client, and we're going to use the authorization token of the user. Authorization in terms of the Supabase authorization token in our system. It's not nothing specific to Google. So let me take this one and go into the Edge function and say, first we create this client. We need to import create client from the Supabase JS at the top. We create the client with this Supabase URL environment variable and Supabase publishable key, and with authorization code of the person who is requesting, who is doing the request. And this request is being done by the user. These environment variables are automatically set, so we don't have to do anything. And now we have access to a normal Supabase client that is using the authorization of a user. That means that now I can do await Supabase dot update, not from the table profiles. I can update the Google access token. I will set it to the tokens dot access token, and I will also update the Google refresh token, and I will take it from tokens dot refresh token, and I will update the profile, my profile. How do I know what's my profile? That's a good question. I think in the integration I will look in the auth, because here Supabase client, okay, create client with auth context of a user calling the function. This way your row level security are applied. So we've done that, right? Request headers get. But then I need information about the user. Fetching the user. By getting the GLBT from authorization header, you can provide the token get user to fetch the user object to obtain metadata for the logged in user. So that's how we get user. Let's do it like this. Create Supabase client with users authorization token. Then we get information about the user who is doing this request, we do that with auth request headers. That token that awaits Supabase client, which in this case is just Supabase, of get user token. We get the data, and I think that data is going to contain the ID. Data dot, what's going to be the data? I don't know. Can it be data get user data dot ID? We'll see. Let's do const update profile response, and if update profile response dot error, then we need to return some error handling. Your function, okay, catch. Maybe I put everything into a try catch, into a big try catch. I'll do it at the top, try, and I will end it here at the bottom with a catch error, and I'll console log function error, and I will return the status code 500 with the error message. And in this update profile, I will say dot throw on error. I think I'm doing something bad because I don't update. I don't see. I don't know. Let's see. Let's go ahead and try to deploy and see what's going to happen now. Why is it failing to deploy? Due to an internal error. I will copy everything and I will reload. Paste, deploy. Come on. Successfully updated edge function, which means that I can try again to press connect Google from my account, connect it with my Google Calendar, give access, and see the invocations. There should be the third call done right now. Let's wait for this to appear. Or I can also look in the table editor under the profiles. We should already see, like if it worked, we should see a Google Access token and a refresh token. We don't see that, so probably something didn't work. We can look into the invocations. 500, and let's look into the logs. What exactly happened? Function error. Supabase key is required at the new Supabase client. Supabase key. Code. I don't know why it's removing the new lines, but Supabase. Oh, I don't think it's publishable key anymore. It's going to be called, if we look into the secrets, a non key. You see, that's the mistake. So in the functions, into the code, I will update here from publishable key to unknown key. Deploy. And it would be good for, where did we copy that code from? From integrations database here, right? Do we have edit page on GitHub? We can help them right away. Saying that, hey, this is a unknown key. Let's search publishable. It's not there. Let's commit changes. From publishable key to unknown key. I hope I didn't make a mistake there. Did we deploy the updates? It's unknown key. Yeah, correct. Let's do create pull request. Supabase. So we're doing some open source contributing. Anyway, what's going on? Did it update our code? Or is it still looking for... No, it updated. And let's give it a try. I'm going to connect Google. Go, and let's wait for the function return. Was it this one or that one? Probably was the previous one. Yeah, I think that one's previous one. And the next one is, come on, do something. Profile. Please work. I need you to work. Again, it returned an error. Let's look at the edge functions into the logs. Invalid input syntax for UUID of undefined. Yeah, I know. That must be invalid input syntax for the type UUID undefined. UUID undefined input UUID. Most probably that should be in the equal ID data.id, and that data from get user, I don't know what it will return. I can check the types maybe in my project somewhere to do the same call and just double check the types. You don't have to do that, but I will check what's this data or get user. Promise user response, and the user response is what? Request results save this structure. I think it should be .user .id most probably. So I'm going to data .user .id. I think that should work. Let's do that. Okay, let's give it one more try. Connect Google. Oh, I made that mistake. Let's do connect Google, continue, allow. And let's wait for the response from Supabase. Hopefully now it doesn't fail, but it might as well. But we're gonna get there sooner or here it is. Look at that. Now my profile here has an access token and a refresh token. Perfecto. That's exactly what we need. That's exactly what we need. And you know what I will do before moving to the next step? I want to do Supabase local. I want to pull the database changes locally. So that when I do the git commit, you're going to have also the code from my edge function. So what I'm going to do is npx supabase init. It created a new file Supabase here, and I will do npx supabase link project ref, and I will link with my project ID. I will go to my settings, and this is the project ID under the general. Let's put the project ID here. Then what I will do is I will pull the database changes. Let's figure out how to do that. It's npx supabase pull -- linked, meaning pull the changes from the database, from the linked database. Unknown command pull. Maybe it's supabase db pull -- linked. For that we need Docker, so I'm going to start Docker. You don't need to do that, by the way. I'm doing that only to have the code of my edge functions here locally in the source code. And I will do it again. Supabase migration, make sure, because I already did, I think I'll have to remove this migration file and do it again. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna take like a minute. Okay, should be almost ready. Oh, it's going to. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm going to bring me some water, so while this is happening. Still doing this. Come on, come on, come on. Why so slow? Okay, what do we still have to do? Because we are handling like a lot of heavy lifting so far. We have now under the profile the Google Access token, and we have this third step. The next step is just to create the calendar API, create a new backend endpoint that will connect to the calendar API. And using the user's access token, it's going to get that. What's going on here? Have a feeling that it worked. Let me just check profiles if it has Google. Yeah, it has. It's. I think it worked, even though something it didn't like something. I'll do the same for the functions. Functions download, and let's download the what edge functions do we have? The Google sign in. So by downloading the Google sign-in function under the Supabase, we're going to have a new folder with the source code of our function. Now under functions, we have the Google sign-in and the code that we had there. And here it's even a little bit better. Perfect. Now what I'm going to do is git add git commit -m. This is the Google sign in backend logic exchange. Get access and refresh tokens. Whew, that was the tough part. The next phase is a little bit more fun. For that, we are going to, now that we have, as I said, the token, we can do requests to Google API, such as the calendar API, on behalf of the user. So what we need is we create a new backend endpoint. We create a new backend endpoint in the database, in the edge functions. We create a new edge function. Let's do that by saying via editor. Should we do it via in the code? Let me show you how you can do it from the project as well, now that we connected everything. Or maybe, yeah, if you didn't connect it, go ahead and do it from the editor here. And let's do it together through the editor. The function name is going to be, what's going to be the function name? It's going to be events, or yeah, let's do calendar events. Events list. Calendar events list. Perfect. Now, what are we going to do here? No, let me do it locally. Sorry, guys. I'll do it locally because here I have the chance for going back and then losing all the code. You can continue there, you saw how I did that, but locally you do Supabase, npx Supabase functions new, and let's call it calendar event list. That should create a new function here, and it should have index. Okie dokie. I'll clean up a little bit here. Like this. It's not going to receive any properties. It's only going to receive through the authorization header the token of a user, not the Google token, but the Supabase token. After the user signs in, like he has a token, and when we are doing requests from our Supabase client, that token is automatically there. So I'm going to look into the Google sign-in here in the JSON data. Let's do events empty array for now. I'm going to look into the Google sign-in and see how we created the Supabase client and how we got information about the user. Do we need information about the user? I think we do. Let's get this part in our calendar at the top. We need to also import the create client from Google sign-in, create client, and the Google as well, because we need the Google import. Back in our calendar events, let's do that here. So we're creating a Supabase client again with the URL unknown key that is available by default to Supabase, and we are injecting the authorization token of the person who is sending this request. What we do next is we get that authorization token. We can do here a question mark, and we get information about the user. That information is going to be under the data.user. Let's go ahead and get user's profile. Let's do that by doing data. We can call it user or profile data equal to await Supabase dot from profiles, or is it profiles? How is the database? Profiles. Let's do select everything where the ID is equal to this data dot user dot ID. So we are getting the profile of a user who is doing this request as well, like with question mark. Maybe we can, maybe we'll leave it like this. Now let's go ahead and say console log profile data dot ID. In this select, I will also do dot single, not to receive an array, but only the first item. And we can also do throw on error. By doing throw on error, I might put everything into a try. Catch error. And the same thing as I did in the sign in, where if there was an error, I will return some information. I'll do the same thing here. It's okay. Okie dokie. So for now, what we are doing, like we're not doing anything with the calendar yet. What we're doing is just getting information about the user who is doing this request. And as you can see, the easier way would be to send the user ID or the user something through the request. But we're not doing that because that wouldn't be secure. We are not sending any information. We're just sending the authorization header. Then based on that authorization header, we understand who is doing this request. So let's go ahead and deploy this function and test it for a second. I'm going to do that by running npx supabase functions. Is it deploy? dino.json, something new maybe. Let's go ahead and in the edge functions, make sure that it was deployed. Yeah, we have calendar event list. For now, I will not do anything with the AI agent. I will just imagine that we have in the settings another button with a title, get calendar events. On press, get calendar events. Let's go ahead and implement this function somewhere here. Get calendar events. It's an async function that will call the edge function data error from Supabase dot functions. Let's call, how is it called? The calendar events list, and it should be functions dot invoke. And it doesn't need any options and so on. And let's just do console log data and error. Let's see that in action. I'm going to look into the logs. I'm going to go to the settings and I'm going to press get calendar events. That should send the request to the Supabase edge function. And we get back events null. That's good. That means that it didn't crash. So if I'm gonna go into the events logs, we see this ID. That's what we logged. If we look actually in the, if we copy this ID and go to the table editor and search it, we see that it's the ID of my profile. That's good, because that's exactly what we did. So far, we just took the authorization header and we got our information about our profile. And in that profile, besides the ID, there is also the access token from Google. So there is also the access token, or we called it Google access token and Google refresh token. So this is where call calendar API. This is where we're going to call the calendar API. We're going to call the calendar API. You can look at the documentation of here, Google Calendar off. I will add it. I added it to this documentation, so you have access to it. Here, developers, Google, and this is the Google API. And in the quick start, JavaScript, maybe the notjust, I don't know. You have a list of how to start it. And then what? You have to create a calendar by calling Google, which is imported from Google APIs, and doing calendar.event list, and also the authentication. And then calendar.event.list, and you get that response. So let's go ahead and do that. We need to create the Google Calendar. I'm gonna copy this here, but it needs the authentication. The authentication in this example shows how we can do the credentials with a file to the credentials. But in our case, we want to do authentication based on the user. So what we are going to do is, again, we're going to create an auth client, similar to how we did in the sign in. In the sign in, we created this auth client, right? Let's create it again. I'm gonna create it above. Then we can call auth2client dot set credentials. We're going to set the access token and the refresh token. Where do we get them from? We get them from profile data dot Google access token from our database, and profile data dot Google refresh token. Now this auth2 client, we will send it to the authentication here. Now we are integrating with a calendar on behalf of a user who is doing this request. The next step is to just call, as we see in the documentation, get the list of events. Calendar primary, we do it for the events from now on. We take maximum 10 results. Single events through single events. What does it mean, single events? Whether to expand recurring events into instances and only, I don't know. Order by start time. And what we do is we take the result. The events are going to be in the result dot data dot, I think, items. And we return them here to the back to the client. Let's see if that works. Let's go ahead and deploy the new changes by running npx Supabase functions deploy. And this is going to be the moment of truth. Because if this works, connecting it to the Conversational AI agent is going to be quite easy. We have deployed that. Now we need to look at the logs and we need to press get calendar events. Here it is. Here are the 10 next events in my calendar. And if you are really interested what events I have, we can go into the settings and say console log json.stringify null and 2. And if now I press again get calendar events, I'm going to see them in a nice format. Here it is. We have the notjust incubator with Lewis, with, oh, maybe I'm not gonna show you everything. Okay, so with that being said, we have almost finished the whole integration. I think now is the time for me to show you a bit of what we have so far. So, from Expo, the first step is we are, from my Expo application, we are signing in with Google API and giving access, and user gives access to the calendar in Gmail. Back, we get a server of code. We take that server of code, we send it to our backend. Our backend calls back the Google API and says, give me access and refresh token. What it's doing is storing that information in the database. Then, the next time the same user does a request saying like, what's my events, the backend will look into the database, will check that, hey, that user with this ID that is doing this request has this Google Access token. And it's going to call on behalf of a user the Google API to get the events. The last step, almost the last step, is going to be to say that, hey, this calendar event list has a URL invocation, has a URL details. We can take this URL and we can give it to our ElevenLabs agent. That's the last step, to the ElevenLabs agent. If I go here into my tools, I'll add a new tool. I'll call it a webhook tool, and I'll call it Google Calendar Events. Or should I do Google Calendar Events? Use this tool to get a list of users' events. The URL is going to be the URL of my edge function. So in the Supabase, we know that there is a function that gets the user's events. We go into the details and there is this URL. The method that we invoke it with should be a post request. So we say it's a post request. It doesn't have any body. It doesn't have any data inside. But that function, calendar events, expects this authorization header. So that means that in the headers, I need to add a header called, let's do value first, called authorization. The header will start with this word that I cannot pronounce, bearer, I don't know. And the next one is the actual authorization token of the user in Supabase that is doing this call. I will hard code it for a second. And we get that authorization token of a user in the client-side application, maybe in the layout where we have session. I can do console log session dot. I think it should be access token. This is not Google access token. This is Supabase access token. This is our backend. So if I look at the access token, I'll copy this one from here. I will go into the configuration. I will paste it here. Let's do add tool description. Body doesn't need anything in the body. This field will be passed. Nothing. Properties. No, it doesn't have anything. Add tool. Object might have at least one property. Let's do something underscore and let's say nothing, because I don't need to send anything. Maybe later we're going to send actually, like how to filter, how to search and so on. Let's do add tool. I'm going to save, and that is this Google Calendar Events. Let's get its name. Let's go into the in here and say that in the tools you have Calendar API. Let's do tools, Google Calendar Events for accessing managing users' calendar. for accessing the user's events from the calendar. Let's do save. And now if I start the conversation.
Hey, I am Jarvis. How can I help you today?
Hey, what's my next event in the calendar?
I am sorry, I cannot fulfill this request. The Google Calendar Events function is missing a required parameter.
Missing a required parameter? Wait a second, the Google is missing a required parameter. Conversation. It doesn't need any parameters. Transcript. It tried to call this one. Result. Missing required parameter. Tool failed. Let me add a parameter. Like maybe if I don't receive it now, but later on I can say max result. Max result. Maybe that can be a dynamic parameter. And I can say in the Jarvis Google Calendar events header. Yeah, the authorization is okay. Path parameters, query parameters. Define parameters that will be collected by the LLM and sent as the body. Define. This field will be passed to the LLM and should describe in detail how to extract data from the transcript. So the first one is a number. It's called max results. The value is going to be how many events to fetch from Google Calendar. Can I save? Here, what? Maybe it's going to work like this. So let's try it again now.
Hey, I am Jarvis. How can I help you today?
Hey Jarvis, what's the next event in my Google Calendar?
The next event in your Google Calendar is Home on October 31st, 2025. It is an all-day event. Is there anything else I can help you with regarding your calendar or other tasks?
Yeah, what are all the events that, like the next 3 events?
The next 3 events in your Google Calendar are 1. Home on October 31st, 2025. This is an all-day event. 2. Sharing some information on Twitter on October 31st, 2025 from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Central European Time. 3. Home on November 3rd, 2025.
Perfect. So that is information from my Google Calendar. And as you can see, the event, like this is home. I think it's looking at this like I'm working from home location. But the second one was sharing some information on Twitter, and that's exactly what I have in my calendar. And it works. It works. That's exactly what I needed. The only thing that we need to make it production ready is this tool Google Calendar events to use a value, a dynamic variable, not to hard code the user authorization token. And the variable name is going to be Supabase authorization. Let's take it, Supabase authorization, and this is a custom dynamic variable. Let's click save. Variable in a tool parameter will be replaced with actual value when the conversation starts. When testing, Supabase authorization. No, let's do save. Test value is required. 1, 2, 3, but it's not gonna work. Save. And now it's not going to work by default because we said that it's a dynamic variable, and dynamic variables will be replaced with actual values when we start the conversation. And we start the conversation in the protected index here in the use conversation. Do I have what? Dynamic variables. I don't know how to do it, but I will look into the use conversation options, client tools. No. Callbacks. I don't think I need callbacks. Client tools. Is it in the client tools? No, I don't think so. Dynamic variables. But where is it? In the conversation config. In the conversation. I think there is a conversation.start. Conversation start session. And what we are doing here, we can say dynamic variables, and we can replace the dynamic variable that we called. How did we call it? We called it Supabase authorization, and we can replace it with the actual value of our token. We did that in the layout where we said session.access token. And that session we got it from auth.getSession. Let me copy this one here, back in the index. And said, usually like you would get information about the session from a provider, but I'm going to get it here. I'm going to import Supabase. And I'm going to transform this one to an await. So I'm going to do const something equal await. And it should stop here. In the van, I take data.session, so I can do the same here. Data.session. And authorization header will be, I think we need separately to write bearer, and then we do session dot access token. So when we start the conversation, we say, hey, the dynamic variable Supabase authorization is this one. And look, we never tell the ElevenLabs agent what is the Google access token or things like that. We just say that this is the access token in our system. And when you call our system, use this token in your requests. Let's go ahead and try to see if this will work. I will do start conversation. What's the next?
Hey, I'm Jarvis. How can I help you today?
What's the next event I have in my calendar?
Fetching your next calendar event now. Your next event is sharing some information on Twitter on October 31st.
Perfect. You see, it still has access to that. And Just because everything is going too smoothly, I'll remove this string from here, and I'll say Supabase authorization is wrong token. And let's see if it fails, because if it doesn't fail, something is wrong.
Hey, I am Jarvis. How can I help you today?
Hey Jarvis, what event is do I have in my calendar next?
Checking your calendar for the next event. I am sorry, I cannot retrieve your calendar events at the moment. It seems there is an authentication issue. Please ensure your calendar is properly connected.
You see? That means that with the previous step, now it works as it's supposed to work. I will go ahead and do git add, git commit -m, connect agent with Google Calendar. And this is going to be multi-user, like it's going to interact with a calendar of the user that he connected here in his settings page. And the next step for you is going to be to add more of this, because now we have handled like the hard part. What's left to do is to add more functionalities of Google Calendar API. For example, we can calendar and events. Like what we did was we integrated the get, right? We have Supabase calendar event list in the index, the calendar events.list. Another endpoint would be to create a calendar event. So let's do that right now. Let's do npx Supabase functions new or create new calendar events create. In the calendar event create, I'm actually going to go into the list index. I'm going to take everything. I'm going to move to the create here, because most of the things like authorization and so on is going to be the same. The only part that is going to be different is this part. Like this is the part that is different. So in the create, we're going to call, I don't know, calendar dot events dot insert. We need to figure out the parameters. Let's go ahead in here and say like, how do we insert things? Quick start node. Do we have insert here? This is just create. Use the calendar API. Create events. Create events. Node.js. Insert. I think it's going to the auth is already there, so it's a bit weird. I'll delete this one. Maybe the calendar ID primary is good, and the what? The resource events in the insert. What's there? Oh, here is an example. A lot of examples. To acquire of client responder insert. calendar ID. Well, too much here. Resource events, event. Let's try it this way. Event. Date time. Let's do 2025. I'm going to add my date. Is it 10th? 31st? Or maybe let's do 11th first for tomorrow. And I'll do kind of the same, but plus 1 hour. 10. And in the docs, they say we need to do resource event. But I don't... should it be just event like this? Okay, now it kind of works. We take the result. Maybe we just return the result. Let's see if this is going to work. I'm going to deploy the function. Why don't you use the edge functions on Supabase instead of creating inside the app? This is very specific reason why you're not using AI. First, I started using the edge functions. You mean building them in the dashboard. This is great for small things, but for me it's easier to work when I'm in the editor because I can move from file to file. I can copy paste stuff, and I'm a bit faster. That's the only reason, nothing more. And why I'm not using AI? I'm not using AI in order to show you every single step, because if I would use AI and you do the same as I do, like do the same prompt, we might have different results and you might get confused. So that's why I'm trying to do it by explaining every single step. And for things that it's not the focus of today's video, I'm using AI, like designing the authentication and so on. Let's try the Google Calendar create by I will do that initially from a button. Let's do create, and I will do the same here, create. This is just for testing. Let's do create. So if I go into the settings and do create calendar event, let's look at the logs, invocations, my calendar. Do I have anything for tomorrow? I don't, meaning that it might have failed. It's null, and the error is console log. If I do create calendar event, the error is confirm does not exist. Property confirm does not exist. Oh, it shouldn't be confirm, it should be console. Come on. So any logs here? Yes, missing end time. Missing end time. Why is it missing end time? In the create event. And oh, but even this is event time. Missing end time. Events, calendar.events. And 0528. Taking it from the documentation, so event missing, but calendar.events. Event missing end time. If you look at the insert, calendar ID, should it be in the request body? Such as and request body. Request body is event. Maybe it's that way. Let's do deploy again. Maybe not. And let's try it again by doing create Google event. I pressed. We have our answer, and I will look in the event, and we have the event. It was a recurring event with 2 occurrences, and here it is. Here is the information. Perfect. The only thing that we need to do now is say that, hey, some of these things like we're going to take as data, as variables, like from request. Remember how we were doing const, I don't know what, and here we can even do equal request, await, request.json or request.body.json. Forgot. Request.body. No, request.json. Let me try to see how that is happening here in the functions. If I do create a new one. Request.json, correct. Request.json. So what's going to be the data that we receive? It's going to be the summary. It's going to be, I will comment out location. Let's do description maybe. And let's replace this with the value summary. The description is going to be value description. Start, this is a good one. Start. I don't know how I'll figure out like the time zone, but the start can be start at and end at. So I'll replace this start at and at. Time zones, I will leave them hard coded. I haven't figured out how to do it. Recurrence, I'll comment it out. Attendance, I'll probably comment it out. Later you add more things, but you use default. And I'll comment this one out as well. So now we have summary description, start at and end at. We can say here as well, like interface, but it's okay. We're going to figure that out together. So summary, like if I do deploy, now from the settings, calling this API endpoint, invoke create events, we'll need a body. And that body will contain the summary, test, description, test description, the start at and the end at. Start at and at. Let's take values from the docs for the start at and at to have the same format as here. Let's use them here. 2025. I'm going to do what? We 11. First of 11, right? 1st of November. I guess so. And we'll do the same for this one. Like 2-hour event. Now if I press create calendar, if it worked correctly, it should use this data to create. It didn't work. It returned status code to, it returned an error. So I'm going to go into the edge functions, create event, and I'm going to look at the logs. Why did it return an error? It's this one, bad request. Bad request. What kind of bad request? Add request, run macro. URL, Google APIs, calendar, username, Google. Errors. What's the error? Probably it would be easier to go into the create and description, summary, maybe double M. Did I do double M there? Summary. Oh, description has an error. Description. Start at and at. Let's try again because I had an error on the name. Create. Let me check. Do I have anything new tomorrow? No, I don't. Let's reload the logs. Bad request. Might be some of the things that are required here, to be honest. I'll just double check in the function, like if I receive all the data. So I will do here console log json.stringify event And I'll have to redeploy it. Do we say like what's a required property in the docs? Event refer to the quick start. Okay, event location date. We're not saying what's required and what's not. And if I do what? Create calendar right now, it at least needs to show me like if I have a data that I'm expecting, because if I don't, like it's going to be a different fix. Summary test, description test, description test, start, date, time, and yeah, it looks good, but for some reason it's a bad request. So maybe I will add a couple of things. What do you think can be important? Location. I don't think location is important, but I can add it back in. Let's add actually everything in. It's going to be safer, and later we can remove one by one to see like what's not needed. If I do create calendar event and look in my calendar, should it work, please? No, it's still not working. Huh. What was different before? Is this now? Can it be because of start time? Somehow I messed it up. If I go back to how it was here, const event, and I'll just change to 2025, 11, 1, 11, 1. And if I deploy, let's do create calendar. And okay, now it works. So I'll slowly change things. For example, the summary and the description, at least these two. Let's redeploy. Let me remove these events from my calendar. And let's try again, but this time with dynamic data. think it should have worked. Yeah, test and test description. It worked. Good. And maybe it's the date, right? Can date time. I'll put this one here. Create. And this one here. Started and that. The calendar create, I will do start at end at redeploy, delete it from here, and wait for it to finish deploying. And press again create calendar events. If everything is okay, it should appear here, but most probably no, it should be here. Yes, it's working. Perfect. That means that for some reason, like I don't know what I had before, but it's working right now. Maybe I will remove like the attendees and the recurrence. Can it be nothing? Hopefully. And the reminders, I also don't think I want to override anything about reminders. Let's try to deploy again. And while it's deploying, I will already go ahead in my ElevenLabs agents and I will create a new tool. I'll add a new tool, a webhook tool called Google Calendar Events Create. Use this tool to schedule a new event in the using Google Calendar. The method is going to be post and the URL is going to be the URL of my edge function. Create event, details. I'm going to take this event. Back in ElevenLabs, let's go ahead and say the headers, I'm going to have the same dynamic variable that we had, the Supabase authorization. And I'm going to put it in the authorization. Let me remember. Yes, that's correct. That's how we call Supabase from ElevenLabs based on the user, like on behalf of a user. Then in the description, here we're going to have a couple of things. The things that we need are these three: summary, description, started, and ended. Summary. Description is going to be the title of the Google Calendar event. We add a new property, description. The description of the Google Calendar event. Then we have start at, that's how we called it, yeah. It should be a string. The time when the event starts in the, I think this is the ISO format, but I can say in the following format. And when we do end at, and I will do the same description, the time when the event ends in the following format. Body, and everything will be data about Google Calendar event to be created. Let's do add tool. Supabase authorization 1, 2, 3. Save. And now we should be able to do to go to the agent and say,
"Hey, I am Jarvis. How can I help you today?"
Can you create a Google Calendar event with a title, "This is done from the agent," for tomorrow at 10 a.m. and it's going to be a 1-hour event.
I can help with that. What is your time zone? Please specify the full time zone, for example, America, Los Angeles.
I'm in Spain. I don't know what's the full time zone.
I have created a Google Calendar event titled "This is done from the agent" for tomorrow, May 10th at 10 a.m. for 1 hour. The time zone has been set to Central European Summer Time, which is 2 hours ahead of Coordinated Universal Time. Are you still there? Do you have any other tasks for me?
Thank you. I don't know why it said May. Maybe I need to, maybe it doesn't know like what's today, what's the current date. So that's why. Yeah. Let's try it again.
Hey, I am Jarvis. How can I help you today?
Hey Jarvis, I need you to create an event for 1st of November 2025 at 10 a.m. in the morning. It's going to be a 1-hour event, and the name is going to be Celebrate My Birthday.
Creating your event now. Please wait a moment. Your event, Celebrate My Birthday, has been successfully created for November 1st, 2025 from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Perfect. So look, it's created. I think the only thing that you need to handle is the time zone. No, it's this one. It's Celebrate My Birthday. Look. This is the event that I just created with the AI agent. Perfect. Lovely. So now we have our agent interacting with two of our important tools. With our calendar, it can now read events and it can now schedule events using this tool. The same way as we've done now with the calendar, you would do for other features, for maybe updating an event or inviting a person to an event. That would be probably handled by updating an event. You would also expand on how many variables your endpoints will receive and will send back to Google Calendar API. And to make it useful, it's a matter of adding more tools, and exactly like the tools that you need for your use case, so that your AI agent becomes smarter and can do more things for you. Well, that's everything that I have prepared for you today. What we've done, like we have a smart agent right now that can interact that we can talk with. It can interact with client-side code. I'm going to show you.
I am Jarvis. How can I help you today?
Hey, can you navigate to the settings page? Cool.
Navigating to the settings page now.
Let's go back.
Is there
Perfect.
understood?
What events do I have tomorrow?
Checking your calendar for tomorrow's events. Tomorrow, November 1st, you have an event to celebrate your birthday from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m.
So as you can see, it can do local tools, it can do remote tools, it can do MCPs. We learned about how to build. The most important part is probably the part where we integrated Google Calendar and Google APIs. If you want to do the same thing with Gmail, the process is the same. What you have to do is simply provide in your settings where you do sign in with Google, or in the configuration, you would add more scopes. The scope is defining what we are having access to. And by adding the scopes for Gmail, we're going to be able to interact with a user's Gmail by reading emails, by sending emails, by answering, by summarizing, and so on. So that is the system that you have. It's the core, which I hope you're going to improve on and build something on top of it. And if you do, please let me know what exactly you are building with this. And I'd really love to see like some amazing use cases built using Voice Agent. This is something new. This is something like there is a window of opportunity that is not going to be for a very long time, that allows you to reinvent things that were not possible before. You can reinvent and revolutionize some areas of business, of life, using voice. Think about like what you can build and go ahead and start doing that. And ElevenLabs is the best tool that can help you do that. As you can see, it provides the agents, but it has so much more. You can even clone your voice and do something with your own voice. Thank you very much, ElevenLabs, for sponsoring this video. Thank you very much for watching it till the end. If you enjoyed this, make sure to subscribe to the channel. It helps us a lot because it takes a lot of time to prepare this deep dives into these tutorials. And by subscribing to the channel, you're not going to miss the future tutorials that I have prepared for you. Anyway, that was it for today. Thank you very much. I'll see you next time with another build, and happy coding. Bye bye.